Space. So, beginning process. Thinking about what else must needs be done to make minimum viable getting to any other planet. So as to continue the process. Yeah, so now started to stake out more resource fields. Initial zone begins to wind. Probably use another coal mine as well. I should install whatever these missing arms are. Yes, the main facility remains vaguely cromulent. There, just use that to manually shovel ahead with more mill side. Retrieved everything from the warehouse. That would help you. Right, I'm holding the pile of space foundation in my pockets. I can launch a bunch of that. I will invent the space thruster so I can go about creating one and then starting to assemble the fuel chain for it. Both of those are liquids. Put pipes in space. I can make pipes in space. Meteoric tools of meteoric iron and steel. Yeah, once I have enough of this buffered for a bit, which, yeah, I kind of do. Oh, there's a problem. Only grab base beakers. The war beakers can just stay here. things to do. Yeah, once I have enough of that buffered, I can dismantle base beaker facility and instead retool space block into being a vehicle for voyaging. Might need to then create an additional platform. Yeah, I've got over 10,000 space beakers stockpiled. I guess the grabbers are gonna stay where they are. May need to be joined by an additional grabber. If the material for it is there. Alright, looks good. Flip that. Right now, it's going to launch some of my gun turrets into space. Cover even more wire. All of this can go into Space Foundation. Okay, this is now bottlenecked on refineries. Well, space is now in mind. Means by which to pursue space are here on the ground. Uncommon green circuits are thoroughly spoken for now. Create and buffer so much wire. It's good for the factory. No uncommon green. Have rare green. Yeah, refine the big oil, I guess. To create this setup. Ah, nice. Just a checkbox. That's convenient. And I'm holding high-level productivity modules. So this will be an easy install. Yes, those were all ghosts. Ghosts of rare oil from initial building ambitions. That was just like, yeah, 3 common refineries sitting in the middle there. I have rare refinery parts. That means I have rare chemical plant parts as well. Yes, you are for making yellow science. Labs. Oh, the labs hunger for utility science. Which, yeah. Plenty of that buffered in the tank. Haul it away. Simply begin to stow the uncommon brick. Go out and connect new coal mine. I won't have to rise to the power of the long stations. This can stay at 2 cars. That works well enough. Auto trash wood again. conveniently close to the grid. Low on dice, though. Don't activate these yet. The haze is making its way back up to the wall. Yeah, loading. Vast majority common. Front car will be entirely common as well. Each actual space travel will require some number of barriers. Hold on, can I scooch through that spot? Yes. And reunite with the network there. Of course, once I started making uncommon blue, that's when all the uncommon green vanishes. want even more of these. Pretty healthy overall supply. Okay, and while preparing quotas for next launch here, I send up all the collectors. More of the rock crusher. Yeah, as many as fit. Holding you up, low density machine, just the raw throughput of being only one device. Otherwise, you are very well supplied. Spin this out into being more than one. And then side access. Unloading. Because the train station is in the way. Front to excess for unloading. Quality levels go inadequate. That's the void block now. Another 23 tiles to build out this platform. Got okay, have I? Just while looking away from it. Gained knowledge of the engine. Let's discover Fulgora, lightning planet. Then maybe the UI will explain more about material requirements for getting from here to there. Kind of be the temptation to when time to drop, to just kind of take the suit and go. Build up once more from baseline. Always that iron problem. But my fuel system is pretty good for powering the home planet. There are, like, set aside some construction bots in the tank. It has its grid, it has its hives. Give you the uncommon repair packs. Got one accumulator on hand. The important thing here being to just have all of that pre-constructed panel on the ground contributing, cutting down on fuel consumption. So then, one rare thruster. Just the one. Icons to get to know. It pop into storage. Yes, there you are. And to operate you requires work of 2 chemical plants. Like these. Yeah, that's worth continuing on, since I also want to always be upgrading equipment over at the oil field. Just 2 of those to start, though. as a third one in order to extract water from ice. Yes, chem plant is used for that. So, 3 chem plants can make pipe in space. What else we got going on here? Storage tanks I can also make in space. I can create iron and steel on the platform. I already sent up the gun turrets. How many assemblers are up here on Void Block right now? You've got 1 in storage, 1 on the ground. Give you these 2 assemblers. And some of my finest long arms. Going over the internal notes here, filtering for what things could I make without any copper. I want to send up some modules. Arrive on the garbage planet with the appropriate offerings to show that they're ambassadors of quality. And yeah, you were allowed to go about doing this much earlier. Space was always an option. So perhaps attain higher levels of understanding and appreciation of quality. Who are the trials of recycling? lightning rods made out of steel copper stone. Nice and simple. I need to go, need to push these back a bit. They're getting a bit adventurous. Back there in the first place because it was a very convenient, narrow lockdown. Yeah. Been tighter point. Rest of this place on uncommon beam. 8-pack of beans. Should do fine. That will rig up the parts of that coal mine. Have everything here on Novice set up so that it's reasonably happy with how I leave it. The lightning planet. Solar is worse, but lightning is power. Also, it's the garbage planet. No standard mineral ores. Instead, carve a path through the scrap heap and retreats. Also, the oceans are made of oil. Elevated rail is required initially to cross the oil oceans. Adventure awaits. Suppose I could also do the space research for the other planets. You. Why have you not taken... You really don't need that limiter anymore because I don't use red belt for anything. Just pass that up immediately. Want a lot more dice modules to be able to properly set up that coal plant. That coal mine. Okay, so thruster, chem plants, assembling machines, a couple of long arms. Without copper, I can't make more electric arms up there. Try to send a lot of those up. And without rocks, I can't make furnaces. Or, you know, plastics for the fancy circuitry, so... More ovens. You already had some arms in your stockpile. Plenty more solar panels. Need structures. Launches. Okay, red machine held back by waiting for supplies. It's too quiet at Iron Plate. Iron shortage confirmed to be an issue. Ever activated rest of the iron furnace. That cargo rocket is ready. Launch. And then with that machinery up there, I'll be able to get a sense of how much floor space I need to set up the fuel equipment. Determine how many deliveries base foundation will be called for. Or if I could also be saving on launch weight by just sending up a giant spool of copper wire. So, changes to make here. I don't need those filters. Or and I guess the patchwork here. Just a hook. That car there. This car here. And that car also to here. Or no, to over there. Not this one. Not yet. These lines. that both will just be pre-seasoned. And the premium ore on the premium line. Alright, that was the breakout for concrete production. That was a split that still mattered. Busy place. You know the factory is healthy. Overloaded on uncommon wire. Guess I need an appropriately proportioned storage buffer down there. And they'll just keep that wood. Production ghosts on this long abandoned battleground. I was actually out. Medium power line. Completely out. Anyway, this place is now also called Coal Mine. Brain can attempt to visit it at any time. Throw that on the pile for a bit more military science. And I may as well discover the other planets. The initial trio of planets. Yep, waiting on combat liquid. Okay. Void block. Hello. Thruster. Quite big. And most of it does need to be on the platform. So, set that up in a preliminary location. Must be built on the south edge. Takes up to 129 fuel per second. So, next thing along that front to take one of my assemblers here. Make some tubes. some of that iron that I just have on tap. Maintain 1 stack-ish of iron inside the machine. Oh. Chem plants. What kind of throughput are we talking here? 75 every other second. Or, yes, 60 per second there. So even just 1 and 1 chem plant. We'll hit a reasonable fraction of the engine's capacity. Yeah, same speed here. I don't necessarily want them feeding directly to the tubes. And okay, so the thing I want set up here. Yeah, organically this wound up happening, but you are supposed to be roasting iron from the metallic asteroids. But anyway, I do want a second furnace on steel production. I'll just put these arms sideways for a moment so I can program them. You take control wire. Those might as well also filters to prevent mishaps. Yeah, it'll do that. Back to the void block. Where, yes, I'm thinking fuel tank on each side. Turn. Step the chem plants back by 3 steps. And for future note. 3 chemical plants. 3 and a bit running side by side. That is enough distillation capacity. Keep this running at the red line. So, tubes were created. Fuel is happening. Now, here, give me fuel tanks. One and the 2, and I suppose the 3. Water tank will also be a useful thing to install, so fuel tank there and there. And other things to do while that's getting orchestrated. Just go ahead and upgrade all the grabbing arms. And now, this needs to receive iron ore. This needs to receive carbon. Want to create supply lines from the carbon crusher. From the iron crusher. I have time to like normalize interactions here as well. Just goes out. That's holding a bunch of carbon with nowhere to go. So that can just go into the inventory. If I start to make common conveyor here in space, that wouldn't be too bad. Anyway, start to think about space defenses. No idea how much DPS will be necessary for effective sailing, sea keeping here in the space. Clean up the ice machine as well. Moment. Oh, right, I can also use the surface of the supply hub as a pass-through between the front and the back of the ship. So, beginnings of plan. Simple starter setup. on asteroid management here. Kind of look nicer. The extra tile on them, even if that might be wasteful in terms of raw space involved. So, cycling belts. And some basic supply concepts proven. Loading arms that are wired to their respective belts. I guess I can type them to their specific materials as well here. Belt contents, all. And you set up those. I'm also considering I could have the fragments go directly in here, throttle the insertion of the fragments using control wire, and then pull them out into other equipment. Things at a time. So I think iron is going to be the most important thing to crush here. I also want to drag these a little closer. Hub is 8 tiles wide. If this were like over 1, then I could be passing its ore directly into the hub. Well, I can also achieve that just using the footprint of the building, yeah. Like so, to make up for the difference in length. To be determined where I can elegantly fit gun into this setup. I'll need one more chem plant for the ice melting. Solar is quite beefy up here in space. No doubt. Both of these have one solid input. I could put it in from the side. And I do have more space foundation already here, so I can make a little bit of extension of the platform. Now fire up all the crushers there. Them get good and primed. .6 carbon per second and 1.6 iron ore per second. Single rock crusher is adequate for each of those. I have to put the additional arms here that do rock recycling. When you find a second meteor inside of the meteor you were already crushing. Okay, lift. Pipe machines. Since now I have this local supply of pipe. Might want to send up some express tunnel for the flexibility. I can make red belt on site. Well, both of you need water. It's an asymmetry that will come into play. Ice melting machine that can handle 20 water per second. Which is enough to run these two fuel machines. So, ice machine online. Staying hydrated. Install the rest of the tube back there. Then I want somewhere to pop physical material into each of those. Could be as simple as just arms and little conveyor belts. Yes, all the blue belt I had sent up is up there in the rock tumblers. So, assembler. Make common gears and make basic conveyor belts in space. And also I'm going to pop a couple arms here, wired up to limit them. Now, at this size of platform, this is definitely a valuable setup to just be able to throw things into the hub and pull them back out the other side of the hub. So, you are throttled by carbon supply. Back size 50 on carbon. Yeah, keep that. Size. Back size 50 of iron ore. There, buffer small amounts of both of those. Resume making iron plate. Sure. And that will probably want to stay there, because then I'll set up the ammunition machine over there, probably. Attempt to dispense bullets. Oh. No, this is the side that wants the iron ore. Get that good oxide soup. And over here wants the carbon. I'll just continue to build up conveyor a little bit, though, in order to have the necessary tools. That frees up this spot to add more solar. Same with there. Be on the lookout for anywhere that, yeah, hey, actually, my ammo handling solution might just be keep everything close into the Citadel here. Without knowing how much DPS I'll need in order to repel hostile rocks. That is starting from this as a point. Could also slide the thruster out a bit further. Yeah, you can chain ammunition between turrets as well, so if I did that. That's now a little battery there. Had quite a long arm out from there. Probably enough conveyor. Never leave an unfiltered arm just pointing away from the core. Oh. Bullets. Oh no, that's what was throwing me off. Those quality dots are for the crusher, not that arm. Set up the carbon unloading arm here. Basic fuel production online. Very limited point defense system. Mostly bottlenecked by iron supply. Okay, I've managed to sneak 8 guns onto this platform. Got another 25 foundation I could deploy. Does feel like the start of something. Fuel levels accumulating nicely. Still no sense of how long it will take to actually conduct the voyage through the space. That feels like the start of something. That's plausible, minimum viable setup for interplanetary shuttle. Well, definitely you could go smaller if you were optimizing. More coal for this laser upgrade. As far as continuing to ruminate on what I do know in advance in terms of planet choices here. I don't remember if there is any statement as to whether or not Fulgura has, like, creatures on it. It might be a good and proper situation of your enemy is the weather. Throw these back up here, because that's all structure supplies. Stow this fancy coal when the bots have a moment. No life signs might not necessarily mean lack of critters. It strongly implies lack of critters, but who knows? Maybe there's powerful cockroaches. Garbage rats. Because, you know, like, Meat Planet is home to a vast abundance of meat. It is the crab planet, where crab can be found. Volcano Planet has its own situation. Volcano Planet gives you a reason to want heavier artillery. Oh, fancy asteroid processing also lives on Volcano Planet. Structure productivity. Nice. And of course the green belts. So that's... Oh, it gives each asteroid type a chance to splash into the other resources. Or no, this is instead of extracting the byproduct, you re-roll the asteroid. You can just filter the other types down on the processing level and just let your arms grab whatever they see. Shake the asteroid vigorously until the right materials appear. The magic 8-ball of the sky. Throwing down rare quality modules is a bit fancy for a coal mine. Still did not grab more medium power line. Should have more in supply. Well, actually. Yeah, I must not. Otherwise the bots would have handed me some out of the heap. Have to mill up some more. Discontinue personal battery pack production here. Yeah, this whole chain is no longer involved. Toss all of this back. Local web. structure goes onto the rocket. Common processors go into the rocket pile. All this steel can become platform foundation. Can complete anything for lack of uncommon iron stick. Cleaning things up at the stick mill. Oh, also identify that little issue of a missing filter. Oh, I already had a set of these up here. Very good, then. Yeah, no need for this one. Your recipe. Okay, and I can't even pre-make a lightning rod. Just be in the magnet zone, so confirming that I will just kind of drop in there. Running entirely on the power suit. Confirming that I have radar coverage everywhere that I can see. Alright, you know what? Void block, since you are bottlenecked. Should try to fit at least a second iron furnace. Or, okay, you've successfully stacked up on bullet. Extend the size of the ammo magazine then. There's plenty of onboard inventory space left. 1,000 rounds of common ammo be distributed in all directions. Or being more moderate about this, and probably plan in terms of like bringing along the materials I would need to set up a launch pad on the other side. Maybe prepay for one return rocket in case there is need to eject. I think I've left enough of the right tools here to handle things. Handle some of the things most of the time. Power loop is stable. Many of the production chains are coherent. A lot of the ways the machine does seize are ones that I can resolve remotely by just kind of poking the train AI to relocate. East tank can tend to the flock. I think most of the miscellaneous things going on here are just symptoms of needing more input. Current iron mines are still slowly fading out. And have a healthy heap of war material with which to strike out and claim any new resources. Couple of layers into the future where I will need to drive the walls out again in pursuit of numbers. Got decent mineral reserves inside of the wall right now. And of course, when I return victorious from the garbage planet, having gained the secrets of recycling, gotten wisdom of the garbage people. Yeah, hold on to the bots for the moment. I want to start dropping stuff off. And fit full stack of ammunition. So I'm right, this is uncommon ammo versus common ammo. Okay, that I can throw in the research machine then. eternal list of things to do. And if anything, for the garbage planet, bringing in the ammunition as space you have access to, so you can then recycle the ammunition back into its base components and use it for something else. Disassembling all of your bullets. Peeling off each copper jacket. I just wanted a little bit more of this wired up. We'll deploy uncommons into the mines. There, get one full column. Coal drills running, so that'll be a healthy backup supply of coal. Yeah, as far as things available here that I could consider building in advance, I brought over some accumulators. Help smooth out the process of getting the first lightning rod set up. That would be the thing. No real concern, though. Consumption, 3 megawatts. Power generation is really at a premium in space. The solar panels do better in the void. Still not perfect, though. It would take a lot of these to keep one beam active versus the effective energy density of bullet. Hello, space map. The button that says the shape of space. There are 3 nearby ones. Fulgura is the furthest away. Vulcanus is closer, so it gets even stronger solar. Yeah, 400% solar efficiency. Oh, and I can track current bug evolution. 0.9. Seven-minute day-night cycle. 10 gravity, 90% magnetic field. Planet known to contain wood. 300% solar power in space. Yeah. Oh, also being in orbit around Vulcanus, you have better solar. Solar will drop off if you go further away. Might want to install additional panels on the raft before I launch. Okay, there we go. So Aquilo, the ice planet. That is the one where bots have a harder time. That's why that stat exists. 20-minute day-night cycle. 3-minute day-night cycle on Fulgora. Spins very quickly. 1 minute 30 seconds day-night on Vulcanus. And yeah, so this is related to the new victory condition of space. Anyway, we gain knowledge of planets. Meat briefing. Crab planet. You will not find ordinary ore. You must extract minerals from the meat. So, a bunch of those in there. Bring up the logistics requests, which I can shut off the groups. You can bring the roboports, but to bring the robots, I would have to separately package them. I cannot. They can't just sit in your lap during the flight. They either need tickets as passengers or they go in the cargo compartment. Should be able to make new repair packs pretty quickly after landing. Or, okay, so it'll take a rocket and a half to send up my stock of construction robots. Less than that, really, because I only have the 64 robot cap. 50. 14. The rest of these bots can just migrate into the facility. They can just go and live in the hive. Be at peace. Bots go to space. Between production rating and the productivity modules, the crafting speed rather. Okay, good. Rocket fuel machine is still running. Fuel machine was successfully unjammed by just being willing to burn excess uncommon fuel. Cost of each individual suborbital launch is relatively low. It could be worse. So, rest of the bots. And any repair packs. That's a lot. At 25. Then pack the rest of this payload with more foundation. So that I can extrude out a bit more space and slightly increase capacity. Deploy more of my solar. Keep the lights on as needed. Fuel levels are high. Ammo magazine quite full. Well, steadily filling. Release the last of those materials. Guess also, yeah, hold on, put these into providers instead. For ease of requesting the material back when I return someday, victorious. Cargo is in place. Right. The book. Leave behind everything you think you know. Oh, right. Actually, you don't get to bring your ammunition. You can bring weapons onto the plane. They just have to be empty. Well, to space! It's a good ship. Fine crew. Okay, so immediate additions. I think about making these two guns kind of cover the flanks. Most of my firepower is forward facing. bit biased to the right. But I could adjust that by building out sidewise a bit. Okay, first things first. Extrude platform. Extrude gun. Check around for anywhere that I could conveniently sneak another panel on. Minimal expense. Yeah, like for 3 foundation there, and 3 foundation there. Got a lot of panel available. 30 more tiles that I could have penned. Platform. Grabber arms are allowed to point in other directions. They just need to be on an edge. The main stress point being finding a way to increase metal throughput. That on its own is a plate per second, which is good. I could have up to 4 of those. I could really rev up the ammo machine. Just need to free up enough space to actually have belts running back and forth. Like, I don't even know if I get, like, a free landing pad. Probably not. I would have to build my own drop point for trying to release any cargo back onto the surface. Natural risk point of if I show up at a planet and then the raft gets pummeled into oblivion, leaving you stranded on a strange new world. We ride. We go to space. Okay, even with just the one engine, we're schmoofing. How wide could space be? Also, yeah, having seen these already on the attract mode, delightful. It's rocket. Alright, so there's big asteroids, and weapon systems are doing alright. Points defended. Oh, but you could also just, like, bite into one of those probably and get a lot of material, a lot of research done. electrical output is dropping off as we get closer to our destination, but we still seem to have enough power. Where do you even go to see your power grid on the space platform as a whole? Probably... Yes, you have it up here. Well, that's production. Buildings. Where is... Was it a tab in general production statistics? Killed a lot of rocks. Okay, we've arrived. The large asteroids, well, medium asteroids exist. Current weapons are adequate to distract them, though. That ran a bit shy of half the fuel tanks to make that trip. Not bad. We'll also be in a pretty good position to, like, deliver a payload of magnetic cargo back to Novus when we return in victory. Lightning. Okay, as a small mercy, your spawn point has a local lightning rod. A non-productive one, just is a spike. Well, here we are. In the middle of the oil ocean. Time to get started. New planet. New possibilities, new rocks to hit. Yeah, the void block might not be able to drop my bots to me until I can build it a proper landing pad with blue circuits. Okay, test drop of conveyor belts. Will it just fall? Well, there's our initial pile of scrap. Okay, the cargo pods can just land on the ground for retrieval. There, I have paid tribute to the garbage planet by adding my garbage to the heap. Okay, in that case, send down the lads. And send down these two rare accumulators that I happen to have on hand. Oh, having the drop pod land on me would have caused damage. Eh. Oh, how... There, okay, there's walkable shallows in the oil ocean. basic lightning rod recipe. Now that we're here, fire, steel, and stone. Okay, this also means that I can have the platform drop down some carbon nuggets to use as a starter fuel. Chromium ore. It requires special facilities for treatment, and I can drop space iron down here. Well, bots, are you at risk of being struck by lightning? To be determined. And yeah, volcano briefing. No water. No oil, no uranium. Has oceans of lava, from which you can distill your standard minerals. Solar panels. So, back to the preliminary, thinking about what do we even do here on the garbage planet. This ore is processed via scrap recycling. Alright, this is a elemental trash ball. Need to invent the recycler. Which is done the moment I have touched Vault Ruins. Okay, and this is not the only complementary local. Okay, it seems like most of the oil is walkable. Scrap collected by drills, processed in recycler. Need to touch the vault ruin. Well, may as well. Grab as much of it as I can. That is the lightning rod, and that is also a lightning rod. Let's love the garbage planet. It's full of objects to classify. Colossal ruin. There's not much point getting things set up until I have... Whole new novel set of mysteries to solve. Alright, so... Drop those carbon ingots. I will use those to fire... little furnace. Some bricks. Yeah, because I get wire directly from the trash and steel directly from the trash. So brick is the only missing ingredient for starting to make my own lightning rods. Okay, minor damage. More damage to that gun turret than anything else. This tank. You need to go perform maintenance. Gently drive you. Logistics hub. To pick up some uncommon laser. Already got repair kits. So. This tank. The fields need tending. Wait, you don't have innate radar coverage? Like the player character does? It doesn't prevent you from controlling the tank. You just are blind until you find... somewhere that is on the grid. It wasn't this one where the alert was just now, it was one of these that's getting chewed on a bit more. Yes, here, where this gun turret has actually taken a bit of damage. No, south. East tank only needs to know where the job is. And I can load Peace Tank with fancier fuel once they get back as a treat. I did not grab power lines with which to connect beams. Okay, thing to do here. Move this whole battery back a little bit from the wall. That one. Wait, will I be able to even place bullets in the turrets without knowing fancier commands for them? I'm sure there is an input that lets you do this. Filtered inserter next to the tank would provide one option. Surely there are others, though. Limitations of the Peace Tank on display. Histories of the arts. There. Maybe. Ghost bullets? Ghost bullets. There we are. Path is found. I can place the concept of 100 rounds of ammo inside of the gun turret. Bullets successfully haunted. So now I want to remove that one. Deploy 3 more of those, and then I'll have to come back with the power lines. Got enough wood to make it back to the base. Every available bullet has been installed. Here be dragons. Okay, so other basics of logistics that the tank should have access to. some power lines. And if possible, like I don't have fuel canisters in the logistics network, though I really should. Go ahead and say that you want 40 common rocket fuel. But now the UI is weird for actually trying to put fuel into the slots. Maybe I'll have to empty them out first. Time will tell if Peace Tank is able to self-refuel. Should be fine. There's bound to be ways to do it. Now get back into the network. Go, power supplies. Continue to very carefully creep past the most dangerous intersection in the factory. Okay, beams installed. Could add some additional beams to that one. I'm here. cannot place fuel in tank. Or, wait, do I have to, like... unrequest them? Trash them? Strange nuances of tank language. Yeah, maybe only logistics bots are able to, handle fuel installs. In which case, must needs drive carefully. Get back. Hub. Hub has no supplies. Except for the ones I just brought into their range using the trash slots. Okay. Crisis partially solved. Just need to, like, reroute some of the rocket fuel over this way into a provider box. That is outside the build radius of the hub. So, my destination. A passive provider there. Are there no construction bots in that hive? There are not. There's just logistic bots. Perilous. I need to offer up one of my own construction bots. Probably. No, because I thought I put construction bots into the network. No, because they're in storage boxes. They're not installed in the hub. Terrible. Well, this problem is partially solved. That will do for now. East Tank has its own problems. Yeah, because there's 10 uncommons. It's not in the hive. Wait, there we go. There's the missing ingredient. Maybe? Or does that only try to call bots over from other hives? Dangerous. Well, enough of that. Meanwhile, on the lightning planet. Okay, drop pods only go back to the spawn location. So, okay, carbon. Locate the trash vault. Process the vast bounties of trash. Okay, and I can at least immediately flip this up to a steel furnace. Oh wait, I've removed my safety. Do I get to carry that, or is it just gone? It seems to just be gone. Oh, but now I have the basic materials for making my own lightning rods. So it's fine. I can start to construct my own safe zones. I can also very briefly power machinery. There's not much I can power with them until I find some copper. Like raw copper. Good to have more space platform material. Anyway, the journey begins. ruins, medium ruins, huge ruins. Okay, so it looks like a hole in the ground. That should stand out pretty well. Guess while I'm here, have those on my belt. Theme of Lightning Planet. You. Garbage Island. At last. Alright, so you can manually recycle scrap. Recycler itself costs blue circuit. What will it be able to do once it is an exceptional recycler? Work fast. That's what it needs. So, kit started here. You start manually scrap recycling. Very low chance of yielding density structures. And holmium processing innately fell out of that. Alright, I guess I should really be thinking about lightning technology soon. Agriculture. That's volcano stuff. Here is core magnet stuff. Get holmium plates to learn about electromagnets. They're made of holmium solution, which is made by dissolving the ore in a chemical plant. Chemicals. Circuits. Need to find my way back to iron. I deliver the iron from space. I also have these gears I could recycle. Or what else can come out of scrap? Processors, advanced circuits, low density structures, fuel cubes, steel plates, entire chunks of concrete, batteries, ice, stone, ore, gears, copper cables. Turret is out of ammunition on the space platform. Rough weather up there. Wonder if there's anything I could convert on the platform in order to help with ammo production. Yeah, since I'm not going anywhere, the ice melter could shut down. Yes. The ice melter. Pick up the tubes, freeing up space for a second. Explicitly filter you to take iron ore. There. Will improve ammo production. Power is doing fine. And the fuel supply is already fully built back up, and we know that's enough for a trip back to Novice. Situation fine. Oh, once again, recycle. All the parts of the recycler come out of basic scrap recycling. I do not need to drop in external material to make this happen. Keep roasting these rocks. Okay, there's parts for electric furnace. That'll also remove the need for the carbon ingots. Accumulator is missing iron plate. That we'll get by, like, smashing gears? Back down to raw material, I guess. All comes down to gambling. Spin the wheel. Process all of the scrap that you have. All things waiting on the concrete. I could send down the accumulators from the platform, but also could face the trials of the garbage planet. Being introduced only a small amount of carbon. You might like to make dozens of flamethrowers for research. There, first recycler. And the basic scrap processing is, no, that can't generate brick, so setting up your first furnace is still a required part of this. Yeah, you would need to make rocks, and then there hasn't been burnable fuel in the garbage. Well, no, the fuel cubes are burnable, yeah. So there is, in fact, everything you need here in order to bootstrap up. So, first recycling machine. And first power cable. Awaken. Recycler. Eat these gears. The next time you get hit by lightning. Now I actively want to demolish those in order to claim territory for my own devices. And by recycling the wire, I can get the plates. Sticks can also be recycled. Weather's too calm. Can get like an initial perimeter of lightning rods on this and the other island. I should extend my reach. Yeah, since now I can make basic power lines from the trash. Want to stake out an area. Wire it up. Begin the journey towards a trash-picked quality module. Ultimate technology. Someday the recycler will be fed to the recycler. Steel box to receive the output. Look at it go. Lives. And naturally can't build on the oil. And try to get continuity of wiring, maybe. Might be able to reach a power cable from one island to the other at just the very highest limits. If I had high quality power lines, then I'd be able to do it. So for now, those are just creating a safe landing zone that is under my control. What? That power line was destroyed. A big worm, a behemoth worm, spawned within siege range of that barricade. Rude. Profoundly rude. Great. Also carry plumbing supplies to allow for insurance claims. I guess I need to request access to storage boxes. And some grabber arms, that way that can get built. A little bit of express conveyor. Need a way to resolve this chicken and egg problem. Not having any construction bots in the roboports, and I think my point of attack here all the stored roboports into the tank's inventory. Then I'll be able to place one of them, probably two of them, so I can also get the conveyor maker into logistics range. Or just the one of them in that direction. Yes. Then I request requesters. Here they come. That way I can install requester there. Power up that roboport. Then you request the unused construction robots. And did that also... that delivered the conveyor belt I needed. That will let me provide the fuel hookup. Partially. Come on, where's the rest? Out of express belt. Miserable. But that is now inside the construction range. So when the belt gets made, it should be connected. That's a more normal border incident. There, sulfuric acid line repaired. Now peace tank must go attempt to respond. Problem. The big worm, that is just a siege weapon. Range more than you. Okay, but if I at least wire these up back here... and provide redundant connection back to the next tower. Gross. And now I have to bring more wall out here to actually create new barricade. Or no, I need to creep a little bit closer. Retrieve the last bits of that wall. Then bring out more material. prioritize having one layer complete. Then I can think about beefing it up. West for like 400 wall. Move the radar back a step. This tank is diligent and responsible. It will keep the house in order. While the player avatar is away. It will not release War Tank from containment under any circumstance. Are you? You are picking up, you are trying to pick up red circuits. Should be able to finish doing that in order to get more conveyor made, and then the fuel supply will exist. Anyway, recycling. Get that copper and iron. In order to make a first accumulator batch, yes. Oh, and I did drop the rare recyclers anyway. Well. Process can begin. Another lightning strike. You're on the Frankenstein planet. Okay, landfill was available. Can I use that to, like, raise the shallow dirt? That's something about landfill not being usable right away. Well, alright, there's a lot of stuff waiting to happen once things actually get online here. Foundations. Standing in oil. Well, okay, that's actually much deeper. That's foundations for standing on ice. On the cryo planet. Get back to tasks immediately in front of me. Create the holmium plate by creating chemical plant, by using iron plate to regain access. Gotta wait for the weather again. Getting a little bit of solar as a backup power supply might be nice. There's no water here, so I can't run steam except by melting ice that I recover from the garbage. Okay, successfully buffering some lightning. Go. Spin. Produce one bulk arm for handling bulk garbage. Recycler. Yeah, receives from the arm. It looks like it could be directly belt fed, but there's no, like, symbol saying that that's an interaction point on it. Has begun to crunch. The ritual can now commence. Using only the outputs of ordinary garbage, quality can emerge. Okay, I need that wire back. Yeah, that wire is usable in its own form, so I may as well keep the wire where it appears. I will return life to this devastated world with the power of gambling. Okay, yeah, that takes water, so I do need ice melting setups. Believe. You can find anything in the right pile of garbage. Alright, and then once I have the solution... Boundaries. Which are from the volcano planet. So actually the tech trees are interlocking already. So I need to gather a big enough pile of garbage to make a launch site. And then leave this place again. The garbage does contain all the ingredients needed for the launch platform. Oh, it's assemblable. I got ahead of myself and tried to make a fancier version of the recipe. Okay, yeah, holmium solution. Also assemblable. Got distracted by the existence of a shiny new button. Quiet again. Up in the weather. And the void ship has not complained of anything since adding the second furnace, so the raft seems to be safe. Able to take care of itself in this environment. Ammo supplies are healthy. Okay, so as soon as possible, I want assembler in which to make my quality modules so I can be rolling to upgrade them. And it would be nice to make it an assembler 3. Means getting parts for more speed mods. Currently, more circuit bits. Still working through the initial scrap heap. Already one lucky plate. Alright, I may as well deploy the space accumulators. Give the local technology something to aspire to. assemble basic arms to help get some things running. Okay, electromagnetic plant. Crafting device that operates here in the elevated magnetic field. Base productivity 50%. Okay, Novice also has 99% magnetic field. Gleba lacks a magnetic field, and so does Volcanus. So I can operate these back on Novice. I just need to build them here. Uber capacitors. Garbanium alloy. Alright, make some extra recyclers. And speed up the processing rate here. Get one basic drill up on the trash pile so I can be pulling in fresh garbage, because yeah, there's my initial heap fully spent. It's time to start digging up new garbage. Oh, the trash pile, its shape on the ground is kind of irregular. And I can recycle the reds and blues in order to get plastics. Rare gears are good to see. I can crunch those into rare iron. Yeah, I'm feeling this is the direction to work in. Get an assembler 3 up. Through which to bootstrap the existence of local quality modules. The true form of the qualitator begins here. The ability to smash and reforge material. Cycling ever upward. Increase the quality of the scrap metal. It works so fast. Truly astounding. Yeah, when I need oil, I can just get it out of the ocean. That's nice. Batteries are made out of iron and copper. Could recycle the commons of these as well to try and shift them back into other materials I need. Hold the common reds for now because it's important to get any Assembler 3 online. Which is all in the speed modules. Make that assembler 2 and put it on the ground. And I will make the speed modules here in an environment where I can try to roll to qualitate them. You can crush the steel back into iron. Or not. You seem to be failing at crushing the steel back into iron. Steel is simply becoming more steel. So, good to know that it'll just bite whatever you throw into it. Even if it has nothing to gain as a result. That's neat. Though, no, if any of these succeeded upgrading, that's just going to delay getting the assembler made. Got all the holmium I'm going to use for now. Well, I'm not even using the holmium yet. Continue to process the ore, liquefy that. I need more drills. Burner drills have a strong use case here, because they aren't reliant on the lightning, even if they don't get to benefit from modules. That's still more material to throw into a crushing machine. And it's something to do with the fuel cubes, other than eventually make them into, rocket fuel for leaving. Low-density structures are made of copper. Eat this. Copper and plastic. Just reverse the whole order of thinking. The disassembly planet. Only here can you learn the true secret of alchemy. The one in the all in the garbage. Okay, there's one assembler 3. And then inside of this crucible, I will want to make all of my quality modules. Begin to advance the available technique. Looks like I got enough accumulator to ride through a lightning storm right now. Power has stayed up. Concrete could also be disassembled back into iron ore. Maybe. Brick at least. Small combat. Corners are natural weak points in any fortification. Okay, assembler 3. Bravest warrior. Well, then I also need the handmade green. Right, I only want to make the green chips by hand. Give the modules a chance to make their rolls. The moment I can create the full production stack on site here, I will do so. I can recycle excess blue chip, a thing that exists here on the garbage planet. Crunch some of these back down into lower energy states. Some green out of it. And right, I should be making boxes and getting some basic arms operational. I just put in a long arm, short arm. Yeah, now this can just kind of pick whatever it wants from the trash when it appears. And okay, recycle speed seems to be proportionate to creation speed of the base material. It's going to be a bit before premium belt is back on the menu. May as well create a low speed belt to swap in. Okay, quality mods are piling up. Kind of want an electric furnace on hand so I can do modulated material processing there. Possibilities abound. Even this first small initial pile of 32 million garbage. It's a lot of ore. I guess if I had a way to transport it across this oil, over there would be a nicer canvas to build on. Make landfill. No. Too oily. Advantage of a gap in the weather to scoop all this up. And start trying to assemble new red ships. New old stock of red ships. First, I need that green. I think that's a key piece of my order of operations here. Basic setup going. Form a main tool chain with the appropriate substitutions for how things are done here on Trash World. Oh, green. think I'll need to make much wire directly here, but there it will be. Or it can be somewhere when it's time. Both of these need wire, which directly comes from scrap processing. And this needs iron. Which can come from recycling gears and sticks. You also have copper back already. Having done the move. Okay, the humble burner trash pile is going to help out a lot. Found that rare ice. Good to see it. Some kind of sorting machine. Create circulating conveyor around the trash pile. Is this the sushi planet? The natural course of things is to create sushi belt. Some approximation thereof. The fact that loot boxes form of the trash pile are your main resource. You're already dealing with a chaotic superposition. Yeah, rail bridges will be the way to get across the oil ocean for transport. For now, though, it's alarming that each island has to have its own power grid. Maybe I move over to that 100,000 scrap. Use that because it has more workspace around it. Or I could continue to closely guard my initial treasure hoard. Have this assembler here. Let's make there. Bees will love this planet once it can be made safe for bees. Okay, so conveyor cycle. Inner lane will be scrap. Also good to have visual confirmation of higher quality scrap. Now holding 4 qual ones. 9 qual ones. Let's roll on some qual 2s. Yeah, because I need room for the arm. So... put arm that only takes... scrap metal. Any quality. Call out each one separately. Box that for now. Or, no, let's just spit it all back onto the belt. Conquer the trash. One must become the trash. First qual 2. Have one rare processor. Second qual 2. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the burner drill. I can recycle all of these quality modules. Well, upcycle, embiggen. That'll get me up to 8% quality rating on this assembler. And thus 8% quality rating on an assembler, which can be assigned to tasks. Then I'll move it over into the corner here, where it can just kind of grab parts off of the belt and throw the results back onto the belt. New methodology is forming. New industrial archetype. Heap of garbage. Really, this should be on the outside so the inner lane remains reserved for fresh scrap. Throw all my qual 2s in there. So, thing I would like to make next. call it production order, in order to get back to full power. Anything that can be roasted should, opportunistically. I still have parts for more quality mods. I should be working towards a second assembler 3. Means making mods. And it's probably enough conveyor for a bit. We have the loop. I have a third recycler, although this one should be for processing other stuff rather than raw scrap. I want to be able to, like, control this one's input arm. Configure it accordingly. Have it process things like gears. They work so fast. Maybe the ice is abundant enough that I could run a steam plant. Normal quality rules seem to apply to the recycling process, so baseline, equal quality to input, and then if there's a quality rating on the scrap on the recycler, it rolls to upgrade. Oh, hold on. Those are not the right module. Also, these I want to have ready to just feed right back into the machine. Nice. Look at that. Qualitative. Maybe that's part of what I need to be doing here. So, splitter. Uncommons, jump out a lane. It can pile up in a box for a bit. If not, you fuel cubes, you go back in the pile. And rare anything. out and go into storage. This also gives me my way to start warehousing things. I could put filtered arms along this row and use them to grab specific items, to remove them from circulation. Create some kind of buffer to work with. Yeah, rolling up higher quality on the scrap itself when it gets mined, very powerful. Potential free blue chips and other things. Standard quality logic applies. Everything should be quality. Oh. Ice cubes. Into the pile. Solid fuel. Into the pile. Concrete. Into the pile. Move these closer to the sushi belt so they can benefit. Well, I just finished taking the ice cubes out of circulation. But I can fix that. Should pave my new home. Here in this paradise, this realm of abundance, where pavement is just free on the ground to those willing to scrape it. Oh, rocks. There, just have that filtered by default. Two speed modules made. Alright, emptied out that box, and I'll pick up that supply. To find more wire. And just start to follow protocols of tenuously created here. Set aside premium material in premium storage. I'll steal my one efficiency module off of the line. A lot of things I'm not drawing yet. There's a little bit of wire. Okay, the relative abundance of blue chip is putting ideas back into mind of proceed here, right? Concrete as a construction ingredient. It is needed for recycling machines. Swoop up a pile of probability. Need more drill going for material input. Dig deep of the scrap heap. Set aside the holmium ore. Which should all be common quality if it's being retained on the belt after that point. Uncommons get set aside for construction. I'll look into make more recyclers. There's more concrete with which to make another recycler. Mostly what's inspiring starting up in this style is the fact that scrap refinement is a fairly wide loot pool. And there was not a lot of ground on which to build some kind of sorting machine on this particular island. There probably would be room to do it on that island over there. But I'm over here now, where there's much more garbage. And also because I'm starting from nothing. Right now, material volumes are small enough that just having the rotisserie online means that I get anything done at all. So, iron and battery, where batteries are just readily available. Iron is a secondary product of recycling. So if I take a recycler right here, give it a filter arm that goes looking for, say, delicious gears to eat. And I can make an accumulator maker. At common, and start expanding the battery capacity of the island. And it's just kind of liberating, the sheer volume of possibilities created by the recycler being present. Nothing is wasted anymore. It can always go back for another incarnation. Use basic inserters in order to get more things online at all. So you filter for sticks. Filter for sticks or gears. Either works. Just toss them in there. Give them a crunch. Okay, that is enough speeds for my next assembler 3. I'll let you finish that one the next time we get a lightning strike to work with. I could make a solar panel to provide backup power. The sun is still up there. Or, you know what, let me think about the numbers involved here. So, one second of chemical plant uptime to generate 20 water from an ice cube. So, 20, 217 divided 20. For like 10 and change kilojoules into a point of water, which in a boiler Provides 1.8 seconds of steam. Which provides... That is a net gain. I could melt ice cubes to run a steam turbine. Also, since the oceans are made of oil, I can generate more fuel cube on a whim. I know your weak point now, Lightning Planet. I also have this ore that I could roast. A little bit of iron. I'm going to collect some rocks off of the belt. Take a boiler. Open up a space here to tap some water out of the ice cube machine. I'll actually use some of the gears as they are. There, even more capacity to take advantage of the strikes when they happen. Could be making higher quality lightning rods. Once I have fancier bricks. Okay, so collect these. Now I want to see from you and your new brother. Quality 1, quality 2. Since the blues and reds just happen on their own, it's the greens that are the odd one out for material to provide there. Want some of those back to make more arms. Planet makes a lot of good noises. Things you love to see in a world. There. Steam. Finally, a trash fire. All is well. And the Qual 2s are starting to flow. And yes, per other aspects of the gimmick of the run, Recycling Planet was the first destination because the recycler, the key component in the power ritual to generate higher quality everything. Quality drills mining quality garbage. I'm not using that for anything else right now. I may as well add it to scrap processing. The accumulator machine has done a good enough job of creating basic battery stack. Some capacity to harness the lightning. Also want to pull some gears aside. More recyclers are definitely in the cards. What would it take to have the material ready for a higher quality recycler? That'd really get the gears moving. Things have been quiet back on Novice. There was the one incident. But otherwise, it hasn't been that loud. Okay, the magnet plant requires reinforcing the concrete. Then we'll get to see what this is about. Well, other than, hey, base crafting speed 2. You just do everything? Is life just better here on the magnet planet? Probably. Yeah, though I think my best way to make green chips right now is just to recycle the blues. Yeah, so anyway, the sushi belt has a gimmick, which folks have done to great effect. The proper thing you do is you rig up some manner of combinator setup that keeps track of the total number of things that are on your generic all-purpose conveyor cycle. And then you can use control logic around that to decide when things should or should not be contributing material to the system. Delicious. No, really. Hey, need more quals to fall out of the gears here, if you don't mind. So try to claw my way up to more assemblers, and that's kind of why I disassembled the accumulator maker. Aside from, having enough accumulator to be doing well, and also having some baseload generation now. The magnet machine also has 4 base module slots. Or no, that's the recycler. What am I pointing at? 5 module slots. Okay, new goal. the strongest possible machine, maybe. We must harness the power of magnets. Find concrete, which means water. Means slapping another assembler down over there. Grab gears. Grab some green. Okay, I have assembler 3 parts. You take those. Start upcycling the common qual ones that are still in circulation. Common quality 2 is the baseline in this new era. So, one of these. Okay, so set aside supply of metal stick. Set aside some supply of copper wire. Definitely be grabbing those low density structures. Gear grabber. I'm just temporarily cutting that off, but that is a supply of just basic iron plate. That is the option for procuring it here. Very crowded in the scrap machines. Okay, next step for this. Have buffer box. Oh no, this one just always wants to be going. And I want this one. Say, retain 100 belt. 100 blue chip. 200 blue chip. I can just make some sticks out of the iron I have for the sake of getting the concrete to exist. I need 50. 5 batches. I could be wiring up the belt. They did add the reed hole belt system. Which, yep, just grabs the whole contiguous straightaway, interrupted by the splitters. So this area is a blind spot. Now this just knows how much blue is on the conveyor and can plan accordingly. Equipment that I don't need anymore can simply be thrown into the machines. Fulfill your destiny. Also, given that the purpose of this thing is mostly to generate green chip for me, would make sense if it lived closer to that apparatus, but for now, this is an acceptable amount of latency. Can just gather batteries instead. Yeah, you found your calling. There's no built-in way for this belt to currently vent excess material. But in principle, anything I don't want in its current form can be crushed in a recycler until it becomes something else. I have to drop this back to 100 to get this moving. Yeah. Extrude. I need those to continue making modules, because then I can also have quality modules in the recyclers to attempt to improve the output. Work on blue shifting production. There's 30 concrete. just briefly check on situation. Mostly quiet. East tank is doing all right. No rocket fuel has yet arrived. Want of a belt connection. Okay, a little bit of that was still not yet in network, but East tank has been resupplied on conveyor? No, not quite. What is keeping supply truck for the belt machine occupied? Anyone in your way needs to move. Okay, you have iron plate already in you. So the fact that you want the iron plate station to be awake so that you can just zoom by and say, none today, thanks. How did you lose your control condition for belt input? Go to belt input. Maybe it was never set, but no, belt input has successfully received material before. Strange things trains do. That'll provide the metal to send up the chain. Get any conveyor built. Some of which gets delivered to Peace Tank, which then gets installed. And then delivers rocket fuel into the hub. Okay, the local construction bots are also successfully taking some jobs. So, fuel delivery now occurs. There, the bots will now auto-refuel the Peace Tank. Safe. That'll do. And it was time for more modules to appear. Start putting them into the scrap recyclers. Sooner these put together a high quality bill of material, then some things can really start to pop off. Though, of course, also the device. No, not you. The other one. Cannot be made by character, must be made in machine. Well, in that case, let's make one. Let's roll the bones. Magnetize the bones. Okay, common quality. You take those. So what are you? Big is what you are. And yes, we'll be able to take recycling machines back to the homeworld with us. So, Magnet Lab, what do you do? Many things. Not all of the things, but electricity related things, like create more of yourself and make modules. And make modules. Heard of this? So, normal quality ones being made with the power of 5 common Q2s. Now we'll get a second one of these together. Offload everything out the back for now. Need more holmium. So I need an assembler in place down here, crystallizing the holmium. Oh yes, and this also has its intrinsic 50% productivity. It's quite capable. It draws 2 megawatts on its own. You pay for that power, but then you have the power. Astounding. Truly outrageous. Spin. Right, it can self-replicate. It's time to make the second one. I want to do that in the first one. My common power lines don't have enough reach. Rare power lines would be able to jump some of these gaps, and then I'd be able to tap more lightning surface. Okay, that's all the material again. Oh. Another one of these. Back to the module supply chain. Continue to qualitate. Yeah, it's worth pulling these back out of the drill. Have both of these running at 10%. Could redshift this belt. Yes, good. Qualitation continues. Right, with everything circuit related, so upside down here. It would actually cost nothing to get a basic roboport up. You could just find batteries on the ground and plug them into stuff. I could have my local logistics bot arrangement pretty quickly. Bees love garbage. Get that at least uncommon. Right now, most of my red circuits are going into the quality machines. All of my red circuits are going into the quality machines. This is their task. Should also continue to pave the new slab. Things grind down pretty low when we're on auxiliary power of just the steam. I should make more steam. I clearly have enough water from melting the ice that shows up. Does density of lightning rods prove my collection rate? Probably not. The lightning just seems to fall where it wants. Quality of lightning rods would. I have any good wire set aside? 12, 4, and 8. Yeah, the water level has steadily risen. The fact that there is 8,000 water in here means that we're definitely getting enough liquid from the ice. The ice machine is running much of the time. No putting productivity into the recycler. It is the anti-productivity machine. Okay, I've successfully mostly cleared the scrap side of the belt. Do I need more drills? Efficiency in the ice machine is a valid use of a module. All the fluid stuff just to save on power. Direct valuable energy into the device. Finally! Dots! It is happening. High quality rocks. Roast into high quality bricks. A little more of that. Or to have some dice to roll to try and upcycle my medium quality rocks. We take hold of all of this. Okay, though, with the way that productivity is working out here on the sidelines, even at this level of throughput, I think I can release the higher quality stuff back into the mix. I should make some red splitter. Just in order to get the belt unburdened. I think the tunnel being a bottleneck here is fine because that is currently only controlling those two drills. I can also upgrade it anyway, though. What if I just remove these splitters entirely? The dots will continue to propagate. I think this island is like one roboport big. I finally commit to making one. If I commit to making one. I probably commit to making one any day now. Do I have any applications of ice? Or quality would matter? If I were making either kind of cold science, which isn't happening down here, if I had 2 additional ice melting machines whose job was to take the fancy ice, I can allow this box to buffer high quality ice as well, so it doesn't hold up the process. robots. Get you installed. Get you cycling. 12.4%. Now, other tasks to continue rambling on about. Get the rest of the yellow belt upcycled. I guess really I should be diverting. All of my normal concrete into making more of these bad boys. Blue! Yes. Wood. 13%. I could just finish with this. And I can flip this assembler to doing another job. Have it thoroughly qualitated as it goes. Definitely looking to continue processing rocks down. So rocks of any quality go into this furnace. With the hopes of winning fabulous prizes. You love a machine that screams. That is a tool that loves its work. chest is nearly done. One more common gear. There you go. Well, now you have to do another set. Your input box has resolved. Still have work to do. Okay, this has opened up space back by the belt. Reinforced concrete machine, you don't have to live in a back alley. I'll bring some tube out for you. But you can find your own concrete just off of the belt. Anything that can be scrounged directly from the scrap bus should. Allegedly, there is iron stick in the material mix. It did appear. Or maybe those came from dismantling the ruins objects. And iron stick must instead be honed. Alright, now your work is done. Let me just check on what other things this can make. Power poles, substations, solar panels, accumulators itself, and lightning rods. Have material for rare lightning rods sitting around? Probably not quite. Uncommon lightning rod, maybe. Much more likely. Yes. Got some of that. Slightly better power capture. And anyway, your more important task of rolling on making another magnet lab. Actually, wait, yes. Short arm. Just pop those onto the outer layer of the belt to join the mix. Quality continues to accumulate. Okay, so I'm consuming common green circuit. Any successful upgrades? From the blue recycler. Or just building up on the belt. I should separate those for a time. We're just in a position to make 2, then I get 3, though. And I gotta commit to a second one. At least, to avoid wasting that bar. Oh no, I'll have even more superconducting magnet labs. How will this world go on? Right back to it. I should endeavor to create bees and allow them to join harmony. And yeah, I think interim warehousing solution. This is the way to go about it. Just have box for each substance and grab everything that appears out of the junk mix. So now with these additional magnet labs, let's see, what else should I be doing with them? Well, one is attempting to make better lightning rods. Improve the power grid. Right. The dice. Always the dice. And with the next of these, beacons probably have a place here. Beacons have places on most worlds. Superconductors are kind of the signature material. My whole oil supply chain will be starting from the heavy oil in the ocean and cracking it down into the gentle oil. And these are circuit makers and wire makers, the new superconducting wire machine for extruding limitless wire. And they can make shock defense. Which maybe I should try. It's a weapon I've always ignored in the past, but what if I installed one at some point? It could serve a purpose. So, naturally, the important job that these can be doing is making my attempts to roll better dice. Have one more magnet lab. The concrete cube. Set this up and have uncommon quality duo. On the lookout for uncommon chip. Like these. And these. We work backward from logistic robot. I don't have lubricant. Need to pull some grease out of the ocean. And make motor units to install into robot frames. Yeah, I need some arms. That's something that could be worked on in a superconducting magneto lab. Slightly increasing the supply of arms. Magnet lab on green circuit. Allowing more of those to be in circulation, which a lot of them are going to get consumed by the module machines, but that's simply the correct order of things. All right, 130 concrete. Holding enough metal. Yeah, look at him go. We can get some of these out of this gravity well. Some of these refined to superior quality and then shipped off to parts unknown. Or wait, no, that's the level 2 one, no filter needed there. One of the layers of distraction I was on was installing a second boiler. Right, that's why I had briefly humored the idea of making a tube machine here. Extract tube. Find the right parts to even make a single arm. Oh, you've been denied access to common gears because I have this going. That is my main source of flat iron. Flip you to making even more magnet labs. Means common blue chip. Oh, you just tossed that out onto the line because that is indeed what I told you to do. Well, at some point, an arm will have to retrieve an unknown quality of electromagnet plant from the belt. Watch out for it. It's in there somewhere. And I want to rotate these in order to have space to pop them in. There's nowhere for me to pass steam out the back of one there. These go there and there to provide more of that backup base load. There's my magnet. One of my magnet labs. These should have been made as a pair. Or no, I'm still waiting on more chip for the other one. Yes. Abundance. Yes, I need this chemical plant lubricant for electromotor. For a local drone supply. Well, I'm just hanging about here, so need to make speed ones for a better assembler setup, for any assembler setup. And to help make that work, green and red chip making magnet plants. Oh, okay, slide you back one. Have to get those hooked up. All the right parts. Get them to really go off. Well, okay, I'll put that arm back and have it only collect premium gears. Common gears can all be crushed in the mangler. They can be mostly crushed in the mangler. Some gears are used as gears, even now. main holdup now is that a single sushi belt setup is getting saturated. Need more throughput. Or to start differentiating things out. Or to exert any control over the contents of the carousel. There are many options. One of which is to relieve pressure by reinstating more buffer boxes for the things that are most visibly piled up on the belt. Getting back to elements of the bot making process. Where a lot of the island's shore is made of cliff. Come down to the beach. Or to dip a straw into the ocean and pick up some oil. Actually, a tube mill is a great idea. That'll take out a lot of material. Right there they are. The unfamiliar icons. Throwing off my vision. Right, there's only going to be plastic on the line. If I'm recycling, say, density structure. That's another key element of getting things to pop off on this planet, is identifying what my good candidates for Bizarro production chains are, and then putting them to work. These bots are always upset about having nowhere to put their wires. You hate to see it. Yeah, back to no mill psi being the thing there. Make any supercapacitors to gain access to magnet science. Made in magnet plants. Here on magnet planet. I guess part of how things work is that I will need to send the science packs back? Or I suppose I could make all of the normal sciences here for now? You know, if I want to re-implement my entire production chain on magnets, or more likely I just start convoying things back to Novice. Space block, the void block has remained stable. Situation normal up there. And it could only get better if I then upgrade more of their equipment next time around. Yeah, I could load the cargo hold up with magnetic science and haul that back. How we get back up there is I have to build another rocket launch site and then launch from it. That's actually pretty easy on this planet, and there's probably similar ways that it is easier once you are at grips with local production chains. The electromotors are the missing ingredient right now that I need to actually build the production setup for. Yeah, the big thing being that you can just find processors in the trash on this planet. This land is blessed. Successfully generating speed module. It's going to do that very efficiently per its nature. Let me just give it an output arm if I can. once I have a few more tools in place. And yeah, long-term infrastructure will be to build multiple space platforms with purposes in mind. Like, a lot of them will probably just be the supply convoys moving various materials from planet to planet. But then I could also have, like, the general purpose space factory whose job is to be parked somewhere and drop off vital material. Right, and I should be moving forward with magnet science. Because that's where Quality Module 3 lives. 2,000 magnet beakers to gain knowledge of a destination. Take too much to manufacture those, pack them up, ship them home, perform the research, and then get back out here. Complete the ritual. Well, to advance the ritual, I still need to also then unlock the even higher quality levels. Need a lot more iron. Get a recycler off to the side for personal use. Now that I have that, I shouldn't be recycling blue chips anymore. Those should just stay in circulation. This has so many other uses. Like mulching my common low-density structures. This planet and also the volcano planet have impassable-ish seas, and thus reasons to make elevated rail. Beyond just making rail for rail's sake. Is always good. Okay, nice janky assembler. Needs a couple more connecting arms to be vaguely online. for a moment, the machine has fully seized. Now, the ocean is not unwalkable. There are shallows that can be walked. The depths can also be trudged through. Main hazard being that you cannot have lightning rods set up out there. Yet. I released a bunch of copper plate onto the belt without anything to consume that plate. That's sequestered. Oh, yes, also any elevated quality fuel cubes can be taken aside as well. Be doing a lot with Steam. I could use this margin to start trying to set up more sensible production modules for some things. It's all kind of self-regulating though. Just had to free up some space. Hold on, how will I make sulfur on this planet? That possible. Okay, I have water and petroleum. Requires a cracking setup and a lot of melted ice. Okay, so just also here thinking about it. Most materials still trace their way down to the basics. Iron, copper, and a little bit of rock, and sometimes coal. Mostly iron and copper. Near the roots of the operation, could have a recycling setup that's repeatedly working the base metals into one of their simple byproducts and back again until they escape the cycle. And then handing the resulting goods off to someday all legendary setups of the finest building machines. I have placed all of my current magnet labs. I could just as well reset one of these. Well, okay, that's the lab that makes more labs, so. You get one of those, and one of those. And all of those. Two rare labs. Astounding. Just boost the speed, only boosts the speed of this thing with innate 50% production bonus. still a dire need for more wire. And here in the heap. Okay, the occasional assembler 3 is now falling out of the setup. That lets me circle back to placing the hypothetical electromotor machine. That still also needs a regular motor machine to go with it. Also, just go ahead and take it off of that line. Instead, be over here and have room to share a tube. A couple of siblings. As I'll be looking for quality material. I made just 2 of those. At extreme quality. Then I could hook up with the landing site. There, yes, put the wire winding lab over there. And then these can make power lines. Take aside high quality material to make a bit of key infrastructure. Okay, there's still continuity across the power grid of the whole island here. I guess on this world, the lightning rods have priority? And of all things, I need iron stick mill at rare. straighten out those iron plates. I think that is the closest point possible. The next island. It would just barely not work. Or no, alright, it would connect to there. Alright. I can hook into that island for use as a lightning farm. For just a few more blue steel, always. Comes down to the blue steel. Probability intensifies. And I guess all my normal module manufacturing, well, it doesn't need to happen here, because I can take these off-world. But it should happen in these. Everything that can happen in one of these specialized planet machines should. Like along that front, let me just go ahead and look at the agriculture building is going to be weird. Biochamber, yeah, base productivity, 50%. Big drill, resource drain, 50%. 13 by 13 mining area, drill big. Has to be made under 4,000. Also, 4 module slots. Tungsten. Foundry. Yes, also base productivity 50, just better metal machine. In their respective roles, each of these devices should be used extensively to achieve power. Yeah, I mulched all of my old lightning rods. Could make fresh ones. Also roll for more of these things. And these can also make accumulators, so... Lightning Rod Lab. Accumulator Lab. Another approach you could take to the scrap recyclers is to take each of the complicated things that fall out of them and mulch them until they go back down to base resources. Simplify the flows of material. By destroying a great deal of that material, but the workflow... slightly smoother. Keep running out of arms. start making slightly better accumulators. And I guess I may as well have these rare ones sitting active in a machine doing something. No reason to leave them idle. There, finally, any arm production. That's a small help. And into the soup. I guess lightning does strike the oceans. There's a reason to put these out on perimeter to cover more surface area. Oh, the steam cut out because there's not enough ice melting. Wild. Water might become too valuable to spend on steam. Red circuit's so easy. Substations make a lot of sense. And space is at a premium. So high quality substations would give me a lot of land to work with. Yeah, there's the big play here of creating a nice high-density battery farm. And every island is full of fresh garbage that can be taken in. That was the tipping point here. No second boiler. Melt enough ice to run one. Sometimes. Two will require sorting to achieve quality. I guess with refined concrete so abundant, maybe the natural next step then is to build a rail bridge over to this island and just have a little end-to-end delivery train that picks up raw scrap off Garbage Island or other raw materials here. There might be enough room to make a sorting warehouse on this one out of a roboport. Then set up some nicer assemblies over here, where there's also another heap of scrap to work with. It'll just need its own power grid unless I can find another series of short hops to make. Or at whatever point. Okay, there are better lightning rods. Alright, the mech suit also lives here. What a good planet. Scrap productivity, shock turret. Oh, that's like a personal weapon. The zapping gun. chain lightning. And of course that has its own upgrade column, and then someday cryogenic science is the key to legendary quality. Okay, I think all the way down here, yeah, this is the new post-game infinitely stackable research sink. First, tenuous steps to space.